Uh, Good morning, our new students. We welcome you to this function. We have scheduled this orientation to take place from today up to 18th. Today up to Thursday, we have different speakers speaking to you, like I will give a summary of. Then this will be climaxed by having the Vice Chancellor addressing you people. He will give his address on Friday. So the whole of Friday is dedicated to the Vice Chancellor to give his address to us. And therefore, what are the objectives of this orientation? So basically, we want you to be acquainted with the policies of the university and the procedures. And this is what the speakers whom we have invited, whom we have scheduled to speak to you, will be taking you through. So they'll take you through the policies and procedures of the university. We also want you to be able to adjust to the new life of the university, because we know this is new to you. In this also, we will introduce to you the senior staff or officials of the university. They will speak to you at different times and they'll be introduced to you. We will also try to make sure that you are familiar with the facilities and amenities of the university. This includes library. There's a session set for library orientation, the medical center that we have, counseling units, accommodation, the hostels, catering and games, clubs and societies that are available in our university. We will take you through this. So quickly, I'll just give out how we have organized this function. And basically, we have scheduled that today, the Deputy Registrar in charge of student recruitment and admissions will speak to you. And this is supposed to be the one who will speak to you just immediately for 30 minutes from now. And thereafter, we'll have the Deputy Registrar in charge of Academic Secretariat and Coordination. He will also speak to you. Followed by the Senior Assistant Registrar in charge of Examination and Certification, Lucy Ogutu, she'll speak to you. Then I'll come in from 10:30 to 11 as the Academic Registrar. I will talk to you about the policies and procedures that are academic. From 12, you will have a speech from the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic, and that is Professor Paul Shiundu. Then after lunch, we will finalize with the Director, Library and Learning Resources, who will talk to you about library orientation. And that should be the schedule we have for today. So therefore, without much ado, I would wish to therefore welcome you to these sessions. And now we will start with the Deputy Registrar who is in charge of students recruitment and admissions. That is Mr. Patrick Mathagu. So welcome. My name is Dr. Moses Wamalwa. I am the Academic Registrar. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Madagu, Deputy Registrar in charge of students recruitment and admissions. Normally, registration was being done by the students physically coming to the university to register. But the beginning this year, everything is being done online. The students are expected to complete their registration online and only come to class in January when the new academic year starts. So I'm here now to give you an outline of what goes on in the admissions office. The admissions office is the entry point of the students to the university. It deals with, number one, applications, shortlisting, selection, admission, and registration. Over and above that, we also handle students' ID stroke help smart cards for identification purposes. Every student by now should have completed the application, should have been shortlisted, they have been selected, they have got the admission letter, and they have completed the registration process or are in the process of completing the same. And all this is actually done online. The student ID and the stroke help smart card, we will not expect the students to fill anything for us. Once they have completed their registration, automatically we'll have the data we require to prepare the ID cards for them. And when the ID cards are ready, we shall notify them through their students portal to come to the admissions office and pick their ID cards. The admissions office is located in Block A of the university on the ground floor. That is where you may come when we request you or when we tell you your ID is ready to come and pick for it, to pick your ID. Because of going digital, we are not going to be taking any hand copies from the students. And when you upload the information as instructed through your portal, we shall be able to put that information in our digital data storage. And here it is your responsibility to ensure the correctness of the information contained in those documents, especially your names, your ID number, and any other information which is required. I may also add that it is your responsibility to ensure that you have been admitted and registered for the correct course, so that later on when you come for your graduation, you'll be graduating into a defined degree program or a diploma program. There is now the nominal roll which every student must sign. And that nominal roll is the one which is going to inform the university about your presence here at every given semester. Therefore, the nominal roll is signed at the beginning of the semester when you are going to be in session. And it should also inform the university when you are out, especially for your IBL, industrial based learning, or when you're on long vacation, that time you are not expected to sign the nominal roll. And again, this is again done online. Then there is the aspect of deferment and reinstatement for those students who may want to delay their coming to the university. You have to officially go online and inform the university that you are not going to be able to take up your position like for this academic year 2020-2021, and you state very clearly when you want to come in. And you are only allowed to be away for not more than 2 years. Please, if you are not coming to the university, don't just go away. That will be considered to be absconding, and you shall be unable to rejoin the university when you want to do that. So if you are not going to be taking up your position in the university, ensure that you have informed the university about you are being away, and it will be recorded that you are away officially, and when you come back, you shall be admitted or readmitted with no problem. We also have clearance. This one we divide into two. It may not affect you now, but it is good to know that there is a midstream clearance. That is for those people who may have registered for particular programs, and for one reason or the other, before they complete their studies, they may want some time out. That is what we refer to as a midstream clearance. Please clear with the university through the laying down procedure when you want to go away, and also inform the university when you want to come back to complete your studies. The second clearance will come at the end. This is a clearance for graduation. At the end of your studies, you will be expected to clear from the university. When you clear for graduation, that is when now you shall be included in the graduation booklet as a person who has successfully completed their study in the university. There is also the inter and the intra-faculty transfers. Inter-faculty transfers refer to a transfer from one faculty to the other. And the intra refers to a transfer from one program to another within the same faculty. For example, if you have been admitted for a Bachelor of Engineering, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and you want to move to the Bachelor of Engineering, Civil Engineering, they are in the same faculty and you are allowed to move, so that is called intra-faculty transfer. But if you are moving from the Faculty of Engineering to the Faculty of Applied Sciences, or vice versa, that is what we refer to as inter-faculty transfers. There are written down regulations for this. We shall keep on posting this. And the migration from one program to the other will come next year when you people report it to the university. We will give you definite ways of doing it and definite timelines. Please observe the deadlines. If we say that the forms should be completed on a certain day at a particular time, ensure that you are within that time, and there will be no excuses accepted. Remember, the university is an institution of deadlines. From this point on, you are expected to observe the deadlines, both in the academics and otherwise, for the time you are going to be in the university. And in this regard, I can also point out here that when you are a student in the university, make the notice boards your friends. Please read the notice boards and even your student portal regularly, especially in the morning and in the evening. There is no way the university is going to take the excuse that I was not aware. It is your responsibility to be aware and know what is going on in the university. The last thing I want to talk about is the HELB loans. HELB loans are available to the students when they apply to the HELB body. And this is optional. But when I connect that HELB loans with the ID HELB Smart Card, that card, which is a HELB card, is also your university identity card. So whether you will be applying for the HELB loan or not, you'll have to get that card as part of your identity. That is a card you shall use to access the library and the clinical services at the university. You'll have to produce that card. And it may also be required you produce it in your departments and schools for you to be able to get the service, to prove that you are a bona fide student in the university. For those people who shall be getting the HELB loans, currently they are divided into two. There is a tuition pocket and the upkeep pocket. The tuition pocket is where, when you qualify for the HELB loan, automatically, currently, 8,000 shillings of that money is deducted payable directly to the university as part of your tuition. That money should be put in the tuition account, and you have to visit our finance department, which is located on the ground floor of at the administration block, to sweep your card, and that money will be transferred from your smart card to the university account under your name as part of your fees. The rest of the money will be put in your upkeep wallet, and the money is going to be available to you for your own use. The smart card is a Visa card. No, it's not a Visa card, but a MasterCard, whereby that card can be used to do purchases in the supermarket and any other outlet which has got the MasterCard logo. You can even load money onto that account as a bank for yourself and be able to withdraw it later on. In other words, your parents and guardians can put money from wherever they are into that account, and you can use it the way people use the ATM cards. That upkeep money can also be withdrawn from an ATM or over the counter at the KCB Bank or even KCB Mutaani. The university has got no control on how you spend your upkeep money. In case of problems on help loans, you are free to visit the admissions office so that you can see what the problem is, since the admissions office is the liaison office between the university and the help. Otherwise, for now, that is what I can say about the admissions office, and you are free to engage us at any one time on any issue which you may be having a problem with. As I exit, I would want to urge you to complete your registration as quickly as you can, because unless you are registered, you cannot access other facilities like the hostels, especially the hostels for now. You cannot be able to apply for hostels unless you are a bona fide student of this university. Thank you.
So my name is George M. Dengara. I'm the Deputy Registrar in charge of Academic Secretariat and Coordination in the Technical University of Kenya. And I'm the one who is doing the orientation for program coordination and timetabling of the university for the new students. We will be reporting on 4th of January 2020. Now, as a Deputy Registrar in charge of Academic Secretariat and Coordination, I report to the Registrar Academic on all the matters relating to management of programs and conduct of lessons in the university. And that is why my section is called the Academic Secretariat and Coordination. So what do I do when I say academic coordination, secretariat and coordination? It means I'm coordinating academic programs. For example, I'm in charge of the secretariat for the Dean's Committee on the curricula when they are presenting for the university. That is the curricula that you use for teaching the students. Then I'm also in charge of the secretariat for the Senate on presentation of the curricula. That is normally some people call it syllabuses, but I'm in charge of that for the development and also presentation to the Senate, and therefore approval for it to be taught when it is taken now to the Commission for University Education. Then number 3, in terms of coordination, I also participate in the development and evaluation of the new curricula and the review of the curricula itself. So because you see, curricula will have to be reviewed, curricula will have to be developed, and after a certain cycle, it changes. So when it changes, we say that now we are reviewing the curricula. Number 4, I coordinate with the heads of schools on formatting of curricula and presentation of the same to the Senate. That is the heads of schools whom we refer to as the directors of schools in the Technical University of Kenya. We have about 18 directors. I'll come to that one later. So another point for the program coordination is overseeing quality teaching in the university. That is, when the students report, it is important and essential that they are taught effectively. It is important they are taught effectively and efficiently, because it is a business of the university to teach. It is a business of the university to research also, and also participate in extension. So it is important that my office oversees this quality teaching of the university. So the freshers, that is the first years who are reporting next year, they should understand that it is important that they are taught effectively. It is important that they are taught efficiently. Number 6, my office also deals with the deferment. If a student, for example, decides, of course, the student is admitted to the Technical University of Kenya, but the student decides he or she is not going to join at the beginning, for example, 4th of January 2021. Now, my office deals with that also. That is the deferment of the student, of course, under the office of the academic registrar. And of course, that is essential for the student to understand. If the student has got some reasons why he or she cannot join the university at the set time, for example, 4th of January 2021, it is necessary for the student to inform us in advance. And of course, if the student goes to our website, the students' portal, the students will see exactly the procedure to follow for deferment before the student becomes a member of a particular department in the university. So those are the major points for what we call program coordination. Now, the next major item that my office deals with is the timetabling. That is the teaching timetabling. That is for teaching and examinations. Because one core business, and the students who are going to report, they know that the core business of university, one of them is the teaching. So I'm dealing with also with the timetabling, the teaching timetabling, and the examinations timetabling. So what do we do? My office liaises with the heads of schools. That's my office liaises with the heads of schools. We compile the teaching timetables 1 month before the beginning of the next term or the next semester. Because in the university here we talk about terms and we also talk about semesters. We have both of them. We have the term and we have the semester in terms of programs. So we can talk about term programs and we can talk about semester programs. So I've said that for that, we prepare the timetable, the teaching timetable for the students to be taught. For example, now the freshers who are coming on 4th, the ones I'm talking to now, when you report, you will find that your timetables for teaching, they are ready. The timetables for teaching are ready. Number 2, my office advises the administration on space utilization and need. You know, the space utilization and need because of compiling that timetable. So the management of the university needs to know how space is being used in the university. Space of lecture rooms, space of the laboratories themselves, space of the workshops, space of the studios, because we have all those. We have workshops, we have studios, we have classrooms, we have lecture rooms, and so on. So it is necessary for us to administer the space that we have so that we can use it effectively and also efficiently. Number 3, my office also advises the administration on quality monitoring of teaching delivery. So, for example, now, you students who are reporting on 4th of January 2021, it is necessary for us to observe how teaching is going on, whether it is teaching online or whether it is teaching face-to-face, because we are talking of blended teaching. By that, of course, it is meant there is face-to-face and there is online teaching. So my office advises the management on quality teaching, the monitoring of that teaching in the Technical University of Kenya, so that it is taught efficiently and also effectively. So number 4, my office also deals with the preparation of the examinations timetable in liaison with the directors of the schools, because we have got 18 schools in the university, and the heads of those schools are referred to as directors of schools. So for those 18 schools then, we have got 18 directors of schools. So for examinations, whether they are at the end of the term or at the end of the semester, it is necessary that we liaise, my office liaises with the director of schools in order to handle that examination timetable properly, effectively, so that the students will sit for the exams also effectively and also efficiently without any collision or any other side issues that might arise. So it is essential that this is done effectively. For example, we have just finished some exams for the students who finished them last week on Friday. So we are saying the students will have to sit for exams. For example, the term students, those like now the freshers who are reporting, they will be here for a term. For the freshers, we are not using a semester, we are using the term. So we will be here for 12 weeks. So for 8 weeks, they will be taught. 8 weeks you will be taught, and then for 2 weeks you'll have revision, and for 2 weeks you'll sit for the examinations. So it should be understood that your term, because we are not using a semester for the new students, that is the freshers, the one I'm talking to right now, there are 12 weeks for that term, and 8 weeks is for teaching, 4 weeks is for revision, and that is two weeks is for revision, and 2 weeks is for examinations themselves. So number 5, with respect to timetabling, I also allocate space, not only now for teaching, but also for the examinations, because examinations, they must be done by the students themselves, so there must be space, whether in the lecture rooms, whether in the studios, whether in the lecture rooms that we have, and so on. So the examinations must be done effectively. Normally we have a period of 2 weeks for the students to do the exams. So the term students, for example, the new students who are reporting on 4th, we are talking of 12 weeks. So those 12 weeks, two weeks, as I have said, are for examinations. So it is necessary for the students to know that we are running 2 systems. We are running a term system, and we are also running a semester system for in the Technical University of Kenya. So in brief, there are other activities that my office also, of course, also handles. So as I said at the beginning, that I report to the academic registrar. So I deal with all the programs, the academic programs, that is what my office does, and I also deal with the teaching and the examination of what has been taught in the university. So students need to know very clearly that it is essential for them to attend classes. It is essential for them to attend lectures. Because you see, by attending those lectures, there is what we call continuous assessment tests. And they have to sit for those continuous assessment tests. Those continuous assessment tests are accounted for. So we have got the continuous assessment tests, which normally popularly referred to as CATs, and we have got the main examination. So those are the exams, that is the CATs, and also the main examination you sit at the end of the term. So it is essential that you do that. Because you see, they are going to account for your grade at the end of the term. They are going to account for your grade at the end of the year. And they are going to account for the grade that by the time you graduate. Now, the next thing I would like to discuss with the students who are reporting on 4th of January 2021 is for them to understand. There are so many things I can discuss, but they should understand that in our university, we have got 3 faculties. We have got 3 faculties. One faculty is Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, that is FSST. Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, FSST. The second one is Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, that is FAST. And the third one is a Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, that is FEBE, FEBE. Those three faculties are headed by what we call the executive deans. The executive deans are in charge of faculties. So we have 3 faculties in the Technical University of Kenya, and those 3 faculties are headed by the executive deans. So it is essential for you as a student when you report here to understand and to know exactly the faculty that you belong to. Whether you belong to FSST, whether you belong to FAST, or whether you belong to FEBE. It is important for you to understand where you belong to. It is essential. And I'm repeating this because I know that quite a number of students have problems later because some of them do not know exactly where they belong in terms of the faculties. Now, within the faculties, we have got schools. Within the faculties, we have got schools. So that means we have the 3 faculties, and under each particular faculty, we have got schools. So, for example, under the FSST, we have got certain schools. Under FAST, we have got certain schools. And under FEBE, we have got certain schools. So in total, we have got 18 schools in the Technical University of Kenya. We have 18 schools in the Technical University of Kenya. And it would be good for me to state the 18 schools for you, because in your letter of admission, there must be the faculty and there must be the school. So I'm going to start with the schools at the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. The schools at the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, FSST. So the schools at the FSST are, number 1, School of Business and Management Studies. School of Business and Management Studies. Number 2, School of Creative Arts and Media. School of Creative Arts and Media. Number 3, School of Hospitality and Human Ecology. School of Hospitality and Human Ecology. Number 4, School of Information and Social Studies. Number 4, School of Information and Social Studies. Those are the 4 schools. Those are the 4 schools under the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. 4 schools under the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. The next schools will fall under the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The next schools will fall under the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, that is FAST. So those schools are, number 1, School of Biological and Life Sciences. School of Biological and Life Sciences. Number 2, School of Chemical and Biological Systems Engineering. School of Chemical and Biological Systems Engineering. Number 3, School of Computing and Information Technology. Number 3, School of Computing and Information Technology. Number 4, School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. Number 5, School of Mathematics and Actuarial Sciences. School of Mathematics and Actuarial Science. Number 5, School of Physical, that is School of Physical and Earth Sciences. School of Physical and Earth Sciences. So those are the schools that we have under the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. Then the last one, that is Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. The schools under that faculty are School of Aerospace and Aviation Engineering, School of Aerospace and Aviation Engineering, School of Architecture and Spatial Planning, School of Chemistry and Material Science. I repeat, School of Chemistry and Material Science, School of Civil and Resource Engineering, School of Civil and Resource Engineering, School of Construction and Property Studies, School of Construction and Property Studies, School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, School of Electrical and Electronic Engineering, School of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, School of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, and lastly, School of Surveying and Geospatial Sciences. School of Surveying and Geospatial Sciences. It is essential for you as a new student to understand where you belong to. It is essential as a new student to understand where you belong to, because you see, you belong to a faculty. And under that faculty, you belong to a particular school in that particular faculty. Now, within the schools then, you will belong to a particular department. Within the schools, you will belong to a particular department. So it is essential for you as a student to understand the 3 items: the faculty where you belong, the school where you belong, and the department where you belong. So it is essential for you to know who is the executive dean of your faculty. It is essential for you to know who is the director of your school. And it's also essential to know in the department that you belong to, who is the ATL, that is the academic team leader. Because within the department, we have a leader. And that leader in the department is called the academic team leader. So for you as our new student, and we are happy to admit you here because we want you to learn, you understand the 3 things and they are essential. So these are things that we can be explaining later when you are here, either physically or when you want to know that information either online or not, because we have that teaching going on either blended when you report. So it is essential for you, the moment you understand where you belong, it is easy for you to navigate, let me repeat, your way within the campus, if you are here physically, that is. And of course, also when you are communicating with us online, it is essential. I do not have much time. There are many things, of course, I would like to discuss with you as our new students. The only thing I will say before I end is I wish to welcome you to our university, Premier University, the Technical University of Kenya. And we are promising you that you will be taught efficiently and effectively. Of course, I know our Vice Chancellor will welcome you because he's our CEO. But for me, I wish you a good time in the university, good learning in the university, and we are happy to welcome you in our Technical University of Kenya.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya and to wish you all the best in this next journey of your academic life. My name is Lucy Ogutu. I am the acting senior assistant registrar in the Examination and Certification Office, and I would like to give you a few bits of information regarding examination at the Technical University of Kenya. The Technical University of Kenya Examinations Office is situated on the ground floor of the administration block. The mandate of the Examination Office includes the management and coordination of university examination process, to process and issue academic transcripts and certificates, to coordinate and supervise examination processing by the examining units, to process and to generate the graduate list, and we also act as the custodians of all your academic documents. In accomplishing this task, the office is divided into 3 sections. We have examination management, examination results and transcripts, and graduation and certification. Our email address is available on the website, but just for initial information, it is examinations@tukenya.ac.ke. We are always willing and ready to answer any queries you may have, whether you visit us in person or when you send us an email. So I'd like to give you a few important guidelines about university examinations. Now, first off, it is important that each student familiarizes himself or herself with the examination policies and guidelines that are relevant to your specific course. However, it is important to note that there are 2 categories of examinations in the university. We have continuous assessment tests, and we have ordinary university examinations. Continuous assessment tests may take any combination of forms, including practicals, projects, essays, and formal tests, and this will be administered through the semester. The ordinary examinations are taken at the end of the term or semester or at the end of the academic year. Now, term examinations are usually conducted in the 11th and 12th week of the term, and semester examinations are conducted in the 14th and 15th week of the semester. So depending on what your particular course structure is, those are the guidelines to the duration, the periods of examination. In order to qualify to sit for the university ordinary examination, a student must register for the prescribed course units in a program and maintain an attendance of 75% minimum. Every student who is registered for the examinations will be issued with an examination card by their respective school, and this must be produced at the sitting of each examination. Now, should you experience any problem that is likely to affect your examination performance, be it sickness or bereavement or any other challenge, you are required to report before the sitting of an examination in writing to your director of school. Any problem that is reported after the examination results are known will not be admissible for examination appeal. If the reason for missing exam is acceptable, if you miss an exam with good reason, your school may grant you a special examinations, and you will be informed the period for sitting this examination. Students are also offered a second chance at doing examinations that they are not successful in, and these are referred to as supplementary examinations. The supplementary examinations are usually done within 3 months from the date the examination results are declared. And when you sit a supplementary examination, your score in the particular paper will not exceed 40%. Students also sit repeat examinations depending on the circumstances. Now, repeat examination involves taking the full prescribed course study for the course unit, including coursework, assignments, as well as the examinations. You will be given a repeat examination when you fail your supplementary examination. And again, the score in a repeat examination cannot exceed 40%. A student may be discontinued from the course of study, and you will be discontinued on examination grounds if you fail to sit for the examinations with no good cause, or if you fail in any course after 4 attempts, or if you have exhausted the maximum period of your stay at the university. At the end of every semester, your school or faculty will provide you with provisional transcripts, and these transcripts are readily available for you at your faculties. But at the end of your course of study, you are entitled to a complete set of your transcripts together with your academic certificate. There are avenues for appealing against examination results. So soon after the examination results are declared by your faculty, should you feel dissatisfied with the results, you may appeal through your director of school. There are certain behaviors that are likely to jeopardize your life, academic life at the university. And these are behaviors that are with respect to academic misconduct or irregularities. So academic misconduct is any conduct that endangers the level playing ground and which may therefore expose assessment and examination process to disrepute and is considered academic misconduct. Academic misconduct may take any form and is not limited to, but includes collusion, impersonation, fabrication of results, cheating, and plagiarism. Now, even after I have discussed the ones I have mentioned in details, I will give you examples of other forms of conduct that are also regarded with a lot of contempt in university education. Now, collusion is where one or more candidates participate in writing a coursework and submit it as the work of one candidate. Collusion is academic misconduct. The other form of misconduct is impersonation, and this is where a person other than the identified candidate prepares the work for submission as a coursework or sits a test or examination on behalf of the bona fide candidate. The impersonator does not have to maybe a fellow student or maybe an outsider, but impersonation is also frowned upon and is a very serious examination offense. Another form of misconduct with regard to examinations is fabrication of results. And fabrication of results is commonly associated with research work, and this involves inserting imagined data and claiming the data was collected from real setting, or adjusting part of the data collected from real setting to suit a particular outcome. And this is also a very, very serious offense and can lead to disciplinary action for the student. A very common form of examination misconduct is cheating. Now, cheating in examination generally involves accessing material relevant to the examination and making reference to it during the examination. Cheating also involves carrying extra writing material into the examination room. When you get into the examination room, all you're required to have with you is an instrument for writing, drawing instruments if the examination requires such, and a calculator. Nobody expects you to walk into an examination room with papers for rough work or anything like that. Any workings must be included in your given writing material. So do not fall into the temptation of carrying material and then trying to explain later on that you just had it in your possession but had no intention of using it or did not use it. So long as you're carrying an authorized material into the examination room and that material is found in your possession during the examination, this is regarded as cheating. So to avoid any confusion or any unnecessary arguments, desist from carrying any material that is not required for your particular examination. Another form of examination misconduct is plagiarism. And plagiarism just means taking or using another person's idea or work and passing this off as your own and failing to give appropriate acknowledgement. Currently, we have a software, Turnitin, that is useful for checking plagiarism. And I'm sure the library or your relevant schools will tell you more about this software so that you can be able to take pride in your own work and not use other people's work as your own. Now, at the end of your academic life, we are going to issue you with academic documents. And as I mentioned earlier, the academic documents that you receive at the end of your academic life or at the end of your course. And when I say at the end of your academic life, it's at the end of your academic life with respect to the course you're doing now. So we shall issue you with a set of transcripts. And this will vary in number depending on the course that you're taking. So we'll have a transcript for every academic year. And then we'll also issue you with our official academic certificate. Now, for us to be able to issue you these very important documents, there are certain requirements from you. And first, it is clearance with the university. Now, clearance is usually performed just before the graduation process or before the graduation date. Currently, we are preparing for graduation, so students are clearing with the institution. Clearance is now done online, and it is mandatory for every student to seek clearance from the university and to show proof that you have done the necessary clearance before you can be able to access your academic documents. It is also important to ensure, and especially now as you begin this part of your academic journey, that you have registered with your names appearing in the way that you would like them to appear in your academic documents. Many times we find students going through a 4-year course of study or a 5-year course of study. And eventually when they receive their academic certificate or their transcripts, they say that is not the way their names are supposed to appear, or the names have been misspelled, or some names have been omitted. Even as you start your course, your registration document will show precisely how you have registered for the course. And those are the names that are expected to appear in your academic documents. Should you wish to make a correction in the order of your names or the spelling of your names, kindly do that in good time so that you don't wait until your academic documents, your final academic documents are prepared, and then you start seeking correction. Now, it is important that when you wish to collect your academic documents, you present yourself in person. Over and above presenting yourself in person, you must carry with you some proof of identification. And the proof of identification recognized by the examinations office are either your national identification card or a valid passport. Of course, by the time you are presenting yourself to collect your academic documents, you will no longer have your university identification card, so that cannot be used at that point. Now, you'll be expected to remember your admission number when you come for your documents. By the end of your 4 years or 3 years or 5 years of study, I'm sure you'll be very familiar with your admission number. Now, after we have issued you with your academic documents, there are instances where a student may lose, misplace, or where these academic documents may be destroyed in one form or another. It is the policy of the university that we do not print duplicate academic certificates. So we issue you with one certificate and one certificate only. So it is your responsibility to ensure that you take good care of your academic certificate. I always advise students that as soon as you receive your academic documents, kindly find a way of keeping a soft copy of those documents, either by scanning and saving them in soft copy, because this will save you a lot of heartache should something happen to the physical documents. We can, however, issue you the duplicate academic transcripts, but this will attract a fee for the set of academic transcripts. Students usually require that the academic documents be certified for the copies of academic documents be certified for whatever purposes, either for applying to other institutions of study or for job applications. Certification of academic documents is also done at the examinations office at a small fee. Now, it is expected that you will collect your academic documents within 3 months from the date that these certificates are received at the examinations office. Usually we put a notice in the newspapers as soon as we receive the academic certificates, as soon as they are ready for issuance. Should you fail to collect your academic certificates within the 3 months, then any certificates collected after that period will attract a fee for every year that we keep them for you. Otherwise, allow me once again to congratulate you on coming this far and to welcome you most sincerely on my own behalf and on behalf of the Technical University of Kenya Examinations Office to this very prestigious institution. So far, you have done so well. You have passed all the examinations. So master's examination should be the easiest for you going forward. We are available, as I said, the ground floor of the administration's office. Should you have any queries, should you need any clarification. And a word of advice for all our incoming students: this is a new environment, new procedures, and new policies. It is your responsibility to ensure that you clarify any information that you receive, that you seek clarification either from the relevant offices, from the relevant authorities, from your school, from your faculty, because you are not expected to know everything pertaining to the Technical University of Kenya. So seeking clarification will help you to maneuver your way around, will help you to have a smooth transition into university life, and will help you to manage your university life. Thank you very much, and welcome once again. Thank you.
All right. Once again, freshers, welcome. My name is Dr. Moses Wamalwa, the acting academic registrar. Mine is to summarize what my colleagues have really taken you through, because that is the academic division. But before I do that, allow me to also just take you through the program as it will be from today. Like I told you, this event is from today all the way up to Friday. So we began this morning, those who may have joined us late, we began this morning at 9. And the first speaker was Mr. Patrick Madhagu, who is the Deputy Registrar, Student Recruitment and Admissions. This is a section within the Office of the Registrar Academic, that is my office. And for you, the most important thing you must have captured from his talk should have been that when you report to the university, you will be expected to have a smart card, and that is the office that will print and issue the smart cards to you. That is also the office that will enable you get your process your HELB loans in case of any issues. And like you know, they are in charge of admissions and recruitment, so they are the ones who have processed your admission. The next speaker was Mr. George Ndengera, who is the Deputy Registrar, Academics Secretariat and Coordination. The most important thing I expect that you may have captured from his talk should have been that they are the ones who would process timetables. So when you come to the university or when teaching is done online, because our plan is to have blended learning in January for you people. Blended would mean there will be both, we will have both online classes and we will also have face-to-face classes, especially for the practical practicals and workshops. So they are the people, that office is the one that would deal with the timetabling. Of course, the curriculum that will be used to teach you was developed, and that is the office that is supposed to coordinate that. The next speaker from 10 was Mrs. Lucy Ogutu, who is the Senior Assistant Registrar in charge of examination and certification. And the most important thing you should have captured from her talk is they are the ones who would ensure you have examinations, because at the end of every term, because you people, I think you have been told that you are on, we are teaching you on term basis. We are phased out the semester. We are phasing out the semester programs. So yourselves, you are coming in on term programs, and therefore you must have captured from her that they are the ones who would ensure you have examinations at the end of the term. So they would process those examinations for you and ensure that there is it's done in a proper way. Because exams are very important to an institution, to every university, and they are important to us too. So she should also have talked about the transcripts. They are the ones who would prepare transcripts for you. Transcripts are given for each academic year that you will be in the university. So they are the ones who will prepare that. She should also have talked about certification. When you complete your studies, you will have to leave this university with a certificate, and that is the office that will ensure that the certificates are printed and eventually issued to you. They are also in charge of records that are to do with exams, that is results. So if any organization wants to do background check on our former students, that is once you become our former student after graduation, that is the office that will deal with that. So here I am. I'm there for the fourth speaker, but I want to take you through the program. What is it that you expect in these 5 days? So those three speakers have talked, and then after myself, the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academic and student affairs, that is Professor Paul Shiundu, will be speaking to you. And then we'll break off for lunch. And after lunch, we will have Dr. Sarah Kibugi, who will be taking you through she's a Director, Library and Learning Services. So she will take you through the library services, orientation. She has a program, a full program for you there. And that will be it for today. Then tomorrow, we expect that there will be, again, we have aligned several speakers for you. But most important will be that the whole morning we have devoted it to Dr. Kodek. Dr. Kodek is our Chief Medical Officer, Health and Wellness Services. And like when I'm giving you my speech, I'll tell you some of the challenges that you'll face, and some of them are health related. So, and others are social. So Dr. Kodek will take you through issues to do with behavior change, things like mental health, drug and substance abuse. So this is what he will do the whole of tomorrow morning. And then in the afternoon, he will now conclude this. Basically, we shall have dedicated the whole of tomorrow to him. We attach a lot of importance, as you will realize, to your health and wellness, because if you are not healthy, you will not be able to attend classes. So tomorrow, You expect that from that directorate. And then on Wednesday, we have aligned faculties to talk to you. Our structure, Mr. George Ndeng'era gave you the structure of our university. And our structure is such that we have the faculties at the top. There are 3 faculties: the Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment, we call it FEBE. It is headed by Professor Edwin Omondi Ataro, that is the Executive Dean. And then we have the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. It is headed by Professor Peter Maina Matu, that is the Executive Dean. And lastly, we have the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, we call it FSST. It is headed by Professor Francis Kimani Gaderi, and that is the Executive Dean. So tomorrow, on Wednesday, we have scheduled that they speak to you. That is 3 Executive Deans. And then, like I said, our structure is such that below the faculties we have schools, and these schools are headed by directors of schools. So without preempting what they will do on Wednesday, the Executive Deans will actually come together with their directors of schools, and they will be able to introduce them to you. When I began this morning at 9, I mentioned that one of the things that we are doing, or we wish to achieve with this function, the orientation, is to introduce to you senior members of staff of the university. And some of the people you will be introduced to on Wednesday would be the senior members of the faculty. And faculty are the teaching staff. So we have dedicated the whole day to that, from morning 9 all the way up to 4. That is what you will have. The faculty executive deans will be speaking to you together with the executive deans. Then on Thursday, we have, this is a new normal, as you all know, especially with this COVID-19, that our teaching will be online. It will be blended, so it will be partly online and partly face-to-face, given that most of our programs are engineering programs and science-based. So we have a lot of practicals, a lot of workshops. So we can't do without face-to-face. But having said that, therefore, we attach a lot of importance to the Directorate of ICT. But before that, at 9, that is on Thursday, 9 up to 11:30, we will have the Directorate of Student Support Services speaking to you. Under this, you will have your own union members. At the university, we have what we call SATUK, the Student Association of the Technical University of Kenya. So the director, Professor Omondi Okech, who is in other places they are called deans of students, dean of students. Here we call him the Director of Student Support Services. He will be speaking to you in the morning together with the student leadership. That is from 9 to 11:30. This is where you will hear about scholarships. You'll hear about all manner of welfare help that you can get, especially for those students who will be needy. Things like bursaries and the rest. Then there will be a health break. From 12 to 1 on Thursday, we will have the DVC again speak to you. This time he'll be speaking to you about training needs for industry in Kenya. He'll be telling you what are the training needs for industry in Kenya. In other words, we're just not training you. Remember, our motto is we train you for the real world. So we want, after you have graduated, the real world will be waiting for you. So what are the training needs for industry in Kenya? The DVC will be taking you through that. And then lastly, that afternoon, we will have the career guidance on how to determine career using a test. That is if we'll have an opportunity for that. Now, lastly, the climax of all this will be on Friday. This is a 5-day event. And this day we have dedicated it to the Vice Chancellor, who will give you his address. So all the way from 11 up to 1, the whole day will just be dedicated to the VC and the senior most members of the university. So that will be his day. So that is the program as we have scheduled it for this event. Now allow me therefore to just expound on what my colleagues have taken you through. And they took you through the structure. And we will keep on insisting, because different universities will have different structures. It is important for you to know the structure of the university, because that is how you will be able to report. If you have any issue you want to report, you have to look at who do you report your issues to. And in the event they are not solved, what is the next level? And that is the importance of the structure. So at the lowest level for us, we have the school. And these schools are headed by the directors of schools. So this will be the immediate administrators that you will be working with in the event that you have any issues. They should be solved at that level. Then next, after the school, we have the faculty. I've already said we have 3 faculties at the university, and these faculties are headed by the executive deans. The schools are headed by the directors of schools. So you should be able to know, and these are the people who will be introduced to you on Wednesday by the executive deans. Then above the faculty, we have the Senate. The Senate is chaired by the Vice Chancellor, and the membership of it are the teaching staff, the faculty members. So the schools have academic boards, so we have the school academic board. Now the school academic board, like I will later on just expound on this, majorly things academic will be dealt with at the school academic board at the lowest level. Then faculty has what we call the faculty academic board. And of course, I've said at the highest level, we have the Senate. So if it is examination results, for example, they will be processed initially at the school by the school academic board, chaired by the director of school, like I said. And then thereafter, they will be processed at the faculty, and this will be by the faculty academic board, chaired by the executive dean. And then later on, they will have to come to Senate. At Senate, the chair is the Vice Chancellor, and it is only after approval by Senate that results, now transcripts can be prepared if you are a continuing student. And then if you are a final year student, it's after the Senate has approved your results that you can graduate. So we have other committees of the university that you need to know as a new student. We have what we call the Dean's Committee. The Dean's Committee is a committee of the Senate. And the Dean's Committee would be the one that does the donkey work for the Senate. It looks at results, curricula in detail, for example, and processes whatever has to be discussed at Senate. This is just information for you. And why am I giving you this information? I'm giving you this information so that you can know, so that you know that the university has put in place quality assurance measures. So these committees are there to ensure that we have quality assurance in whatever we do, whether it's examination processing. We don't just wake up and decide that you have got this qualification. So there's a process, and the process is what I'm describing now. So the Dean's Committee is there to do that work of looking at the details of what should be processed at Senate. Then we have also the Senate Exam Appeals Committee. Lucy, Mrs. Ogutu mentioned to you that is the Senior Assistant Registrar Examinations and Certification, that you have a right as a student to appeal against results or against whatever qualification you've been given. Whatever decision that has been made by Senate, you have a right to appeal against it. Now the appeal is to the Vice Chancellor because he's the chair of Senate. And when you do the appeal, normally the appeal will be marked for discussion to this committee I'm now describing. That is the Senate Examination Appeals Committee. And they would sit and consider your case. If indeed there are reasons to lift, if it is a disqualification, for example, they will do so. If there are no reasons sufficient enough, it will be upheld. So those are committees that ensure quality assurance. And like I said, we have the Senate committee that is in place. Now, we have rolled out many things that should make your work easier as a student at the university. We have automated most of our processes so that, for example, at the beginning of every semester, you are supposed to sign a nominal roll. Now, the nominal roll is supposed to help both the university and yourself as students. As students, how do you benefit from it? You benefit from it because the nominal roll will help clean up any issues that have been pending in the previous or preceding academic year. So, for example, if you have pending supplementaries, your name will not appear for you to sign the nominal roll. So, in other words, at that moment, you will be flagged out so that you can clear what is pending. If, for example, the school or faculty has not processed your results, which is therefore not your fault, again, this will be flagged out by the nominal roll so that that issue is sorted out before you proceed to the new academic year. But the nominal roll also helps us to plan, because our definition of a nominal roll may not be the definition in other universities. Our definition of a nominal roll is a list of students that we expect to have in any given semester. So meaning you'll sign a nominal roll way before a semester begins. Like now, our semester begins on 4th of January. So right now, the nominal roll is available for students to sign. And once we have these students signed in for the nominal roll, we can plan for our coming semester. We will know how many students to expect, and therefore we can plan for space, like Mr. George Ndengera talked about, because he's in charge of timetabling. And then we can also plan for materials that you require, whether it's reagents or whatever items that are required and facilities for your study. So that is the importance of the nominal roll. We have also automated deferment, made it easy for students, so that if you want to defer, because like you realize, I'm going to mention there are issues that will make you, or challenges that you may have in the course of your study. So how do you deal with those challenges? One of the ways to deal with the challenges would be to defer your studies. For example, if you have financial problems, so that you don't just exit from the university unceremoniously, we have given you, there is room, the university has always allowed you to defer your studies for a maximum period of 2 years, a minimum of 1 year, academic year that is. And we've made it easy for you that wherever you are, in whichever location in this country, you can process your deferment. So we've provided a link on your student portal from which you can initiate your deferment, and then it will be approved online with alerts, and you should be able to track the progress of your request to the end. So meaning it makes it easy for you to follow up. So we've done that. We've automated deferment for you, and therefore this should make your work very easy. Now, lastly, allow me to just say that we in the academic division, we use the process approach. Now, what is process approach? Process approach means we are looking at the whole system, the whole thing as a system, so that we say what is the input into the system, what are the processes in this system, and what is the expected output, so that we are able to evaluate ourselves and say, have we achieved the outputs we intended that we should have? Now, the inputs, of course, include yourselves. Like new students, you form our input into the academic division. And then we have processes which we have already mentioned. These processes are, for example, what the previous speakers are in charge of. If it is curriculum development, if it is teaching and learning, if it is examinations, those are processes. And then we expect output. I'll just mention one of the outputs. There are several, but one important output are graduates. So in other words, I'm saying you are supposed to be an input, and then we expect you, when you graduate, to be an output. Now, what are the risks involved here? The risk is some of you may not graduate at the time when you are designated to, and this is a challenge. It causes a challenge for us. What are the kind of things that can make you not graduate? And that is the last point I want to talk about. So one, our experience in the university is some of the things that might make you make you not graduate would be, let's say, exam malpractices. If you are involved in exam malpractices, that is cheating in the examinations, then you may be suspended from the university. That is one option, or you may be discontinued. And if that happens, then it means you will not graduate. So my appeal to you is, don't fall into that trap of being caught in the mess of exam malpractices. Students sometimes find themselves in that, and at times it is too late. And that may be one of the risks you may find yourself experiencing even as you go through this institution. So I therefore appeal to you that when you come here, ensure you study and pass. You'll be proud of your degree without going through those issues I've said. Now, secondly, the other challenge you may have, which is a risk also, is failure. Now, when you fail your examinations, and the senior assistant registrar alluded to this, if you fail your examinations, you can either end up with what we call supplementary examinations, that is a third and below, or you may end up repeating the year in the failed units. That is, if you fail 2/3, I think she took you through that detail. I will not repeat that. Or you may be discontinued if you fail more than 2/3 of the units offered in a given academic year. So these are things, therefore, because if you repeat, then you will not graduate at the time when you are supposed to have graduated. If you get supplementary, she must have told you that the maximum mark you can get is 40%. And therefore, and also, then you cannot get a first-class honors. Because your classification for degrees, as your new students, you should know, they are normally first-class honors, second-class upper, second-class lower, or a pass. Now, of course, top students easily get scholarships. So you should strive to be a top student. Top student will be a first-class student. But it doesn't matter how well you score thereafter. If you have a supplementary at any one given point, it will affect you, so you will not end up with that. So these are things that will mess up your academic life at the university. So you should avoid failing course units, and that is one of the major challenges you might end up with. Now, of course, the other things are social problems. Social problems is what Dr. Kodek will take you through. Social problems may include things like drug and substance abuse. This is a common problem in the country now, especially among the youth. Don't fall victim to this, because most of the students will fall out of university, if not delay studies, because they find themselves in this drug and substance abuse. So, but this will be taken through by Dr. Kodek. And the other, so that is social. Then the other problems are health. And again, health, we are just human. So you might end up with health issues. We pray you don't. But if you did, then it can also be one of the reasons why you may delay completing your studies. But then we have solutions to this, like I said. In the event that you have health problems, or in the event that you have financial problems again, I should have mentioned that financial problems also are other things that can also make you not complete your studies on time. But then, like I said, you don't need to exit. Now, financial problems, like I said, the dean, the director, student affairs, the director student affairs will take you through how do you get scholarships, how do you get bursaries, and therefore how do you get out of this in the event that you are a needy student. We have options for that. But then we are saying that if you ran into any of these problems, social problems, health problems, financial problems, then we have that option of deferment. So make use of it. So in summary, as a student, know your rights, and I have implied so many of them in my talk, and then also know your obligations. What is it that the university expects you to do? I forgot to say that you need to also, another thing that will make you have challenges in the university is attendance. You must make sure you have your attendance at 75% minimum, because the university rules are that if you don't achieve the 75% attendance minimum requirement, then you are not going to be eligible to take university examinations. So otherwise, we wish you a good stay. I hope that with the questions you have, we will continue responding to them. There's a chat place where I believe there are people responding to your questions, and we will try as much as possible to respond to as many questions as possible. Thank you very much.
Okay. Executive deans listening in, directors of schools, the dean of students, registrar academic and the academic division team, deputy registrars, senior assistant registrars of the Technical University of Kenya, academic team leaders in departments, members of the academic staff, SATUC officials, freshers, parents and guardians who may be listening in to, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The topic of my discussion today is academic and social life in a university. Actually, I've made a small variation. Originally, it was academic life in a university. I've added social life because you cannot be talking about academic life without talking about the social life of students within the institution of higher learning. Now, the question I'm sure most of you are asking yourselves is, why should I be talking to you about academic and social life in a university? Why? First, I want to say that I was one time a student, so I fairly understand what being a student means. And I have also interacted with students for many years, both as a university lecturer, a mentor, a university administrator, as well as a university manager. So my experience in the university system spans over a wide period of time, and therefore my experiences with students, I want to believe, will be of use and applicable to all of us. But first, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Paul Shiundu. I'm a professor of chemistry and the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics and student affairs at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm responsible for matters teaching and learning, and also responsible to yourselves as students. You may wonder, when I talk about teaching and learning, what do I really mean? My office is responsible for what is taught, who teaches, how it is taught, and where it is taught. That is as far as the academic component is concerned. But the arm of the student affairs has both the responsibility and the latitude to ensure that daily interactions in campus are peaceful and productive for every student. Maintaining an active, harmonious, and beneficial learning and living environment for students in campus is one of my primary functions. My office is responsible for crafting and administering the rules for behavior, possess oversight for judging infractions, organizes community activities, plans extra and intramural sporting activities, and much more. In addition, student services also provide both physical and mental health care to students. This may take the form of counseling to assist individuals with the vital life decisions for which you are responsible. Our services also provide a vital outlet for students who seek to balance the pressures of academia with interpersonal relationships. Through my office, students also have affordable treatment options for physical illness and injury, which provide substantial support to your mental well-being. Now, after those many introductory remarks about my office, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate all you freshers from wherever you are and listening to me now via the virtual platform for not only passing the KCSE 2018 exams, but also for finding admission at the Technical University of Kenya, famously referred to as TUK. Many times you'll hear people talk about TUK or people talk about TUK. That is basically the short form of the Technical University of Kenya. It is indeed gratifying to know that we as an institution will soon be seeing so many new faces in the name of freshers, and that is basically yourselves. A group of people whom I believe have made a deliberate and conscious decision to join the Technical University of Kenya. And why do I say this? Why do I talk about a conscious decision to join the Technical University of Kenya? I say this because those few students who applied for inter-university transfer through the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services, what is famously referred to as KUPS, to leave TUK were granted their wish. While many, in fact, and I say many, who applied to transfer to TUK through the same process, only a few were granted that opportunity. And the reason being, we had very limited vacancies at the Technical University of Kenya after it was taken up by a large proportion of yourselves. On behalf of the academic division of the Technical University of Kenya, I wish to say a big welcome home to you all in your endeavor to pursue the various programs to which you have been admitted. I truly believe that once you see all the opportunities available to you at the Technical University of Kenya, you will unreservedly choose to become part of this TUK family, where we endeavor to make students our top priority and excellence our tradition. Our desire at TUK is to strive to provide an environment of academic excellence that enables students to be nationally, regionally, and internationally competitive in their chosen fields. TUK, as is famously referred to, is committed to offering quality diploma, quality undergraduate, and quality postgraduate programs which preserve, extend, and disseminate knowledge. Please, and I repeat, please, don't take this admission and therefore this opportunity to pursue further studies for granted, as many more students failed to join universities to pursue further education. I'm sure when you look back in your class for a number of students, you will find that probably in some areas you are probably the only one who joined the university, or you are just one among a handful. So don't take this opportunity for granted. My appeal to you, therefore, is for you to maintain or put in more effort and attain the highest academic standards possible and consequently reap the expected benefits. Please don't waste this chance. Don't waste this opportunity. I want to believe that since the rigorous academic work in high school and despite the worldwide ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, you have had a wonderful and deserved break reconnecting with former classmates and friends, catching up with your parents and the rest of the family members for extended periods of time, catching up with your favorite village mates, those you refer to as vijana wa mtaa, and now more than ready to step back into the classroom and test your ability to crack at academics just one more time. As always, I am deeply honored to share in your homecoming celebrations. Every fresher listening to me here today represents TUK's foundation of our future. TUK's core values and its purpose as the Technical University of Kenya will most clearly be defined by your achievements and your contributions to the various organizations that you hope to join and or create and the communities around you. Celebrations for joining the university is about you and you. And I would like you to please enjoy every bit of it. However, with the admission comes serious responsibilities and challenges that you must continuously be aware of. As the academic division of TUK, we believe that as a community, we must ensure that TUK is clearly recognized as the technical institution of choice in Kenya and the region. Please, if you didn't know, there are only 2 technical universities in this country: the Technical University of Kenya and the Technical University of Mombasa. So, and that explains why you need to take this responsibility very, very carefully and take it as a big honor to actually be admitted to one of the only 2 technical universities in the country. I'm sure in one of my later presentations, I'll be talking to you about the importance and significance of the programs that we offer here at the Technical University of Kenya that make this institution unique in what we deliver and provide to you as students. We must position TUK as a distinctive player in the provision of quality technological education and training towards the advancement of society through research and innovation in Kenya and regionally. We must attract the best and brightest students like yourselves. We must attract outstanding faculty. In order for any institution to stand out, the type of faculty, and when I say faculty here, I'm referring to the lecturers that teach or that will be teaching you in this institution. In order for us to be the institution of choice, we must have high caliber academic members of staff, which we do as the Technical University of Kenya. Now, in order to achieve the aforementioned, or whatever I've just told you, you need to always remember that you are key stakeholders in this endeavor. The reputation of any institution will continue to be the clear reason students enroll, recruiters recruit, and stakeholders hold our programs in high esteem. Just remember, in fact, I want to repeat this. The reputation of any institution will continue to be the clear reason students enroll. Recruiters recruit. When I'm talking about recruiters, I'm talking about your potential employers out there. The reputation of the institution will endear various organizations out there to look specifically for students within a given institution. So you have a major role to play in this process of making the Technical University of Kenya the institution of choice. You can help most by making TUK the institution of choice. By talking about TUK, of course, when I say talking about TUK, you must talk about TUK in the right manner. And here I'm not going to say that you should be forced to talk about TUK in the positive if they are, say, negatives. I can tell you for a fact that from your own experiences here in the institution, once you join, you will realize that there is a lot of positives to talk about this institution that will make you proud and make every other stakeholder proud. You must be good ambassadors of the Technical University of Kenya. If you cannot be proud of your own institution, I don't see how somebody else will want to be proud of that institution. By mentoring others, that is another very critical responsibility that you will have on your shoulders. And by sharing your views and experiences of TUK, which I can bet you will be very positive, that you will be eager to share with some of your colleagues or some of your friends, wherever they will be. We, as an institution, would like to celebrate our success in your success. It is therefore our hope that you will support this institution in its effort to achieve the aforementioned. Therefore, as you embark on this journey of academic pursuit, I have a few key facts that I consider of utmost importance that I wish to share with you and therefore draw your attention to this afternoon. The first is on time management. Time management. Like I have always said to other freshers in the past, for most of us, university is the first real experience of freedom. You will recall that when you were in high school, there was time, there was the bell, there was somebody you called a timekeeper who rang the bell at specific times, and each ring meant something specific. This is for the first time you will have the freedom. Remember, high schools had walls round with probably one main gate. And anytime you walked out or you walked in, everybody knew, or at least the institution knew. Most of our institutions of higher learning, universities, are porous. You will be lucky if you get a gate. And even if there is a gate, I mean, if there is a wall, and even if there is a wall, there is a gate where you can move in and move out with abandon. So that is first line of freedom. Freedom of intellect. You have the ability to think as widely as your mind or imagination can give you. Freedom of expression and all manner of other attendant freedoms. I'm sure when you watch television, you see students marching and talking all manner of things out there. Some cases very negatively, engaging the police. Those are some of the freedoms. But with each of those freedoms comes consequences, which it is important that you take note. I urge you to exercise this freedom responsibly. Responsibly. You are far away from your parents, who ensured that they monitored whatever else you did at any given time. Here, almost exclusively, that will not be the case, though there are boundaries and limitations. The university has a different set of cultures and values. Unlike high school, you will be free to leave your lecture theater if you are not interested in the lecture that is going on. You will be free to skip a few morning classes after a night of a few too many for the road. Some of you probably already know what that means. And if you don't, you will definitely know about it. You will be free to associate with us, with all, as your judgment will lead you. You may, for the want of a better word, choose to sleep your way through the university. Utalala, na unaweza ukalala, na utapewa na hiyo nafasi, utakuwa nayo. Whatever you choose to do, let me advise you that indeed choices have consequences. Kulala utalala, utakuwa na hiyo nafasi. Like I said, nobody will ring that bell and tell you, can you go to class now? Nobody will come to wherever you will be residing to wake you up and say, now it is time to go to class. You are an adult, my friend. You are over 18 years. Most of you are, or will be, when you are joining here. So we treat you as an adult, which you have been clamoring. Most of you have been clamoring for that freedom. You have it now. But with that freedom, my friends, there are dangers. Please take note of the following. There are no timekeepers at university, so don't expect to be woken up by anyone for you to go for breakfast, breaks, lunches, etc. If you wish to sleep all day long or party all night long, the choice is yours. But just remember what I said earlier, choices have consequences. There is time for everything. Define what everything means to you, bearing in mind that choices have consequences. And I am repeating that word or words. Choices have consequences. Work out a daily schedule or timetable routinely for self. Be at the right place at the right time for the right activity. The choice is yours. You will be required to define that. Now, the second item that I want to talk to us about is on academic matters. Take note that you are here first and foremost as a student, and hence your obligation is principally academic matters. And here, I will not mince my words. As a student, you are expected to study and pass your exams as you get educated and trained on many other things, as you will soon realize. You are expected to accord your academic work the seriousness that it deserves. You must conduct and apply yourself diligently to the course of study for which you have been admitted and registered for. Each program within TUK has its corresponding regulations that govern its operations or implementation. It is therefore incumbent upon yourself, each one of you, to be familiar with these regulations. And you will find them in the university library. I urge you to take time and look at each one of them. For every program you are registered in, for every program, there are regulations. Now, the other important point that I want to mention here is that attending lectures is inevitable, and that sitting for your end of semester exams will be pegged on your attendance of at least 75% of the total lecture hours attributable to a given program. 75%. So what do I mean by this? If you have a total of 100 hours to put in a given program, we expect you to put in at least 75%. I know some of you will be wondering, oh, maybe the 25% is where I can now go and sleep around and do whatever else. I told you, choices have consequences. Now, we make that allowance, that 25%, because we are aware you are a human being, you can fall ill, needing hospitalization, or even if it's not hospitalization, you just feel unwell and you can't attend the lecture. There may be a funeral that you have to attend, or a function that you must attend. But each of these times must be accounted for. So I want to add, please note that the 75% is a basic minimum, and that you will be expected to account for the rest of the 25% in one way or the other. So all in all, we expect you to attend 100%. We expect you to pay utmost attention to coursework, tutorials, practicals, and attachments, and of course the main exams. All these components contribute towards your overall grade in a subject, and therefore the program that you are registered for. And that will determine your overall performance in any given academic year. For those of you admitted into certificate and diploma programs, please note that there are opportunities for further growth. And I want to add, for those of you admitted into certificate and diploma, you are going to be in the same environment where there are those who are already admitted straight into their degree programs. It does not make you any lesser than they are. The opportunities are available to all of you, and they are the same opportunities. Just don't take the admission for granted. Even you, the certificate holder, you have the opportunity to attain the highest level of education that you can attain. The sky is the limit, as they normally say. TUK, the Technical University of Kenya, recognizes what we call prior learning, and the design of our curricula gives proviso for students with diploma in technology to join Bachelor of Technology in the 3rd year and take the 2 final years of study in the Bachelor of Technology programs. What does that mean? That even those of you who are admitted into a diploma program, which is a 3-year program, at the end of it all, if you pass and you pass well, you have the opportunity to join the the equivalent Bachelor of Technology program, but you will be joining at 3rd year, and you only do 3rd year and 4th year. So overall, it will be 5. You'll have taken 5 years as opposed to somebody who went straight in and did 4 years. Just 1 extra year. And to us, as an institution, that is one thing that we pride ourselves in. As a technical university, one of our mandates was to ensure that a certificate holder, a diploma holder, a degree holder can attain the highest level of education there is, up to Doctor of Technology or PhD for that matter. Consequently, those of you who will successfully qualify with diploma in technology programs will have the opportunity to be admitted into BTech degree programs as well as postgraduate programs. When I say postgraduate programs, I'm referring to master's programs and above, at master's and even Doctor of Technology or PhDs. You can only be your own enemy in this endeavor. So let nobody cheat you that, oh, because you are admitted into certificate or because you are admitted into diploma, you are any lesser than them. You are not. It is a path. Sometimes it's a path of choice. Many of your colleagues whom you sat with KCSE with, a good number of them opted to do diploma as opposed to degree programs, which they equally qualified for all manner of reasons. So just take note of that. Still, under academic matters, please note that depending on your level of performance in the Technical University of Kenya examinations, the following recommendations would be applicable to you. And I want you to pay a lot of attention to what I'm just about to say. There is something we call pass and proceed to the following year of study or to graduate. As freshers, you are basically first years. I am sure you don't hope to stay as a first year forever. By the time you complete your first year, you have the opportunity to proceed to the second year. But that will only happen if you pass. Remember what I said earlier on? Choices have consequences. Any of those other activities that you are likely to indulge yourself in will affect whether you proceed directly or something else happens, just like I'm about to mention. So you can, at the end of the academic year, on the notice board, it will be printed, and you'll see pass and proceed to the following year. If you are a final year student, it will be indicated pass and be ready to graduate. So proceed to the next level only after passing in failed examination papers through what they call supplementary examinations. My friends, I want to tell you that once you are admitted into the institution, as you go through the academic process, there will be examinations at the end. But within that period of time when you are pursuing this learning or teaching and learning, you will be doing coursework, you will be doing continuous assessments, you will be doing practicals. And it is important that you give your best in each of these categories, because they will ultimately determine your level of passing. So that second point I just mentioned, and why there should be never any reason why anybody should fail in a university system. If you fail certain course units up to a certain level, you will be given a chance to do those same exams under what we call supplementary exams. And a time will be scheduled for you to sit for those examinations. And once you sit for those supplementary exams, two things can happen. If you pass those supplementary exams, you will be allowed to join the rest of your colleagues. You remember those ones who got that recommendation, pass and proceed? You will join that group if you pass the supplementary exams. But in the event that you fail the supplementary exams, the recommendation will be that you repeat that year and repeat those subjects that you failed even in the supplementary exams. Now look at it this way. In first year, you may enroll for, say, up to 12, 14 course units. Say for whatever reason you failed 5. If you failed in 5, we'll give you supplementaries in the 5 papers. If for whatever reason you fail even 1 of the 5, we will not allow you to proceed to the following year. However, we will ask you to repeat the year and repeat just that 1 course unit that you failed in. Can you imagine spending a whole 12 months doing just 1 course unit? And that is what will happen. And when that happens, then things begin to feel really bad for you, because you are in the same environment, your colleagues are proceeding, but you are repeating the year just with 1 course unit. We will not allow you to proceed to the following year. Then there is also what we call discontinuation. My friends, discontinuation is real. If you fail a certain number of course units out of the many you will have registered for in an academic year, we will have no choice but to discontinue you from the university. The implication basically is that you cannot perform in that course unit for which you are registered, and you will be discontinued. You will go home. So as we celebrate today your admission into the university, please don't provide that opportunity that along the way you can be discontinued. We want 100% throughput in terms of passing. If you enter number 10, let us have 10 graduate at the end of it. We will all be happy, you will be happy, your parents will be happy. Now, one thing that is that I will be making a big mistake if I didn't mention is cheating in examinations. If you are caught cheating in an exam in this institution, that will earn you the following options. 1, we will cancel all examinations taken during the semester in which the examination malpractice occurred. And once we cancel them, we will allow you to repeat that year for that semester in all those courses that were cancelled. Remember, you may have been caught in only 1 course unit. The assumption is if we have caught you, chances are that we didn't catch you while you were still cheating in the other papers. So we will cancel all your exams and ask you to repeat the year. That is if you are lucky. Upon doing that, we can also suspend you for periods of not less than 1 academic year. So you can be suspended so that you get out of the institution for, say, 1 year, 2 years, depending on the gravity of the cheating or what obtained during that period of time. And then once you've been suspended for that 1 year or 2 years or even 3 years, you can now come back and start from where you left, meaning you repeat those course units that were cancelled before you can then be allowed to proceed. The other option is that you can face automatic expulsion from the university. Again, if you are caught cheating, you will be expelled from the university. Now, this is not meant to scare you, but rather as a caution. They say information is power. Now you know. You cheat, there will be consequences. And those consequences can include expulsion from the university. So you better know. and you are better warned. The third item is on student discipline. I wish to inform you that your admission into the university comes with a lot of expectations. These expectations are not only from your parents, relatives, friends, university community, but also from the general public. And when I say the general public, I actually mean your parents, your relatives, your friends, future employers, and your future customers. Because some of you, we expect you to be employers. There is therefore the need to be very careful with whatever you do and or say from within and from without the institution. Consequently, all students shall be expected to conduct themselves in accordance with the highest standards of integrity, personal discipline, and morality, and in particular, you shall respect and adhere to the administrative and academic procedures and structures established for the university. You shall respect the rights and privileges of the members of the university community and the general public at all times. Hii mambo ya kuenda nje huko out of the university mnaanza kurusha mawe, my friend, you are not respecting the rights of other members of the society. That will not be condoned. You shall refrain from any conduct that might bring the university or section or program thereof to disrepute. And lastly, you shall carry yourselves in all public places with such humility and dignity as befits your status as mature and responsible citizens of this country. Please note that the Technical University of Kenya administration encourages dialogue with students through your very strong student union. At the Technical University of Kenya, we have a union referred to in the short form as SATUK, stands for Students Association of the Technical University of Kenya. During this orientation period of time, you'll get a chance to talk to the leadership of this union, for which you should already have registered as a member. The fact that you are joining us, one of the things we expect you to do is register for it, and there's a certain fee that you pay to enjoy the services of this student body. Any grievances that you may have during your stay here should be channeled through the student union officials. Please note that every class or school at the Technical University of Kenya has a class or a school representative, and you will soon be given a chance to elect these leaders through whom you can channel some of your grievances. Even from among yourselves, you are going to have class reps, you are going to have school representatives, for those of you who are politically inclined, so that you begin to also shape your political lives, if at all you cherish or wish to be one. Student union officials are duty-bound to take up any such matters and either advise you accordingly or refer the matter to the Dean of Students, who will ably deal with the matter or advise you on what to do, depending on whether it is an academic matter or otherwise. Please report to the chairpersons of your departments, or what we now call the academic team leaders, through your class representatives or matters of academic nature. He or she would advise accordingly or refer the matter to the head of school, what we call the director of school, who in turn would refer the matter to the executive dean if need be. If he or she cannot sort out that, he'll refer that matter to the executive dean. If this fails, the matter would be brought to my attention as the Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of academics and student affairs. And if I am unable to deal with it, then it would be referred to the Vice Chancellor of the university. By the time that fails, we are now talking about the council and probably the ministry. And that will be a very, very grave matter. I therefore appeal to you to take note of the chain of command available at your disposal. The fourth item is on student support services at the Technical University of Kenya. Please note that student support programs are in place in the Office of the Dean of Students. These include limited accommodation, food and catering, counseling, sports and recreation, spiritual welfare through the 3 chaplains, and other services as well. The Office of the Dean of Students within the Division of Student Affairs is a partner in the educational process and mission of the university. The essential goals of the Office of the Dean of Students are to improve the quality of life within the Technical University of Kenya community and to provide quality out-of-class experiences to complement what students learn in class. The Office of the Dean of Students offers services and programs that entertain, that educate, and that enlighten yourselves or students. And here I'm talking about things like drama, music, choir, etc. The Office of the Dean of Students seeks to provide exciting programs and activities that allow for positive and constructive use of leisure time. The office also prepares students for leadership roles within the university and future work or community settings. The office also enhances the educational environment by promoting, educating, and facilitating campus-wide understanding of students' rights, responsibilities, and freedoms. I encourage you to become familiar with the many programs and services that enhance the student experience at TUK. The Office of the Dean of Students consistently seeks to provide students with opportunities to learn from people of varied cultural backgrounds, to develop and obtain new skill sets and interests, and to prepare for active participation in a rapidly changing global society. It is important that you take the initiative to expand your horizons and to take advantage of the programs and services that are available to help ensure your success. At TUK, we understand that your campus life experience needs to be one that connects you to the university. As you work towards graduation, we want you to be able to reflect back on all the wonderful memories that made campus life exciting, insightful, and educational. It is our hope that each one of you will actively pursue the many opportunities available at the Technical University of Kenya for an exciting and rewarding student experience. We are here to assist with the development of well-rounded students and scholars. Please feel free to contact my office with any questions that you or your parents may have regarding campus life at TUK. As you join campus, please also be on the lookout for conmen who masquerade as students and only interested in your cash. They are there. So always be alert. Let nobody cheat you. We will try and organize with the Student Association of the Technical University of Kenya to work hand in hand with yourselves and to protect you from these kind of persons. Because thieves are real and they exist in almost every part of the society. The last item that I feel I must touch on is substance and drug abuse. This is a serious problem bedeviling most institutions of higher learning in this country. As new students, temptations will be high due to peer pressure and many internal and external factors to get into drugs and alcohol abuse. Please beware and on the lookout. Your chances of contracting HIV/AIDS are increased tremendously when under the influence or abusing drugs. Choose to irresponsibly sleep around, and you will discover that the vagaries of HIV and AIDS and other sexually transmitted diseases are like none you have read about. If you must do it, I beseech thee, please condomize. But I am sure this topic will be covered adequately later during this orientation program. What remains is for you to heed the advice. And here, nobody will follow you around to make sure that you follow the advice. You are your own keeper. You are the captain of that ship that you have. And I can tell you what, you are analogous to a ship in the oceans sailing. You've been given all the paraphernalia you need so that you can see the water very clearly. Now, if you choose to close your eyes and not see, you can only blame yourself. Last but not least, I wish to say that as in any family, we must or we want you to reach your highest potential and live a meaningful life. We hope that during your time at the Technical University of Kenya, you will develop the skills and abilities to become a fair-minded, ethical, informed, and intellectually responsible citizen of the global community. The quality of your thoughts will determine, at least in part, the quality of your life. Choose not to study, and you will discover that the academic performance was never watered by effort spared and sweat not shed. I wish you all the best as you embark on this new journey. May you achieve all of your goals and aspirations at the Technical University of Kenya and in life. Let us make this an enviable institution in every respect and the institution of choice that many prospective students will wish to be part of. Thank you all, and God bless.
Sauti, jaribio la sauti.
get you.
Where do you want us to sit? Kwa hii? Hii ya interview. Okay. Can I talk to them? Eva, you are ready. You. Good afternoon. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Technical University of Kenya Library. And during your student life, you will need to continuously use the library, and we will be there to enhance your learning environment by ensuring that we satisfy your user needs. The main purpose of having this meeting this afternoon is just to give you a brief introduction of what you would expect to get at the Technical University of Kenya Library, because we will give you both the physical and the electronic resources. However, our size of the library is too small, so we will strive to encourage you to use the available electronic resources, e-books, e-journals, and the electronic databases. We will train you on how to access and use those information resources, how to use the information in a fair manner, how to avoid plagiarism, and how to make references. Therefore, we do have a website for the library, and we have a portal for Ask a Librarian. You can chat with us at any time. and one of the librarians will be able to answer your queries. We would also expect that as you become students of TUK, we will register you to be library members, and also that we give you the off-campus access, and the off-campus access ensures that you get all the available information resources at the comfort of either your home or wherever you are. My colleagues in the library will take you through what is expected of you so that we all know the etiquette of using the library resources. We are happy to have you, and we are also happy to register you as for the off-campus access. I know some of you have already written the emails requesting for that access. My email address is kibugisara@tukenya.ac.ke. Just write for those who are interested in the registration. And now, so that we move forward to what we require to do, one of my colleagues will take you through on how you register to be a library member. Thank you very much, and we are happy to have you.
Good afternoon once more. My name is Evelyn Morangi, Head of Circulation Services at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm going to take you through two areas, which will be registration and charging and discharging of information materials in the library. I would like to start with registration of members. When it comes to the library, we have two forms of registration. We have what we call biometric registration, and we also have library membership registration. Biometric registration involves thumb registration. So once you become students, or once you become members of the Technical University of Kenya, as students, you will be required to register your thumb at the library. And for you to register your thumb at the library, you only need a valid student ID for your thumb registration. So that is the first step of accessing the library. We also have another method which involves library membership registration. When you'll be coming to the library, sometimes you may need to borrow books, sometimes you may not need to borrow books. And for you as a user to borrow books in the library, you need library membership registration. And for you to be registered as a library member, first of all, you have to go through information literacy training. And the information literacy training involves us training you on all the services that we offer in the library layouts, the rules and regulations of the library, and also you also have to go through the training on how to use our electronic resources. And as a student, all we require from you is a valid ID, because we need your full names, we need your student identification number, we need the school where you are coming from, we need your course which you are pursuing, we also need your email address and your phone number. All this information is for registration in the library. For example, the email address will help us in communication. In case there is anything that we want to communicate in the library, we are going to use your email address. And if we don't get you through the email, we are going to use your phone number. So as you'll be doing your registration, make sure you provide all the details and make sure you give us the right details. That is according to registration. Secondly, I wish to talk on charging and discharging of information materials. Once you've become a member of the library, you are entitled to borrow information materials from the library. And these are the some of the information materials that you'll be borrowing from the library. We have books, we have newspapers, we have research projects, we have government publications. I want to be specific. Once you become a library member, you'll be entitled to borrow a maximum of 4 books at a time. And under these 4 books, we have 2 different types of books. We have books that you can borrow for 2 weeks. We also have books that you can borrow for 2 days. The books that you borrow for 2 days are called short loan books. Why short loan books? These are books on very high demand, and every student or many users will want to use the same book. So that is why we have limited the days to 2 days, so that at least if you have it for 2 days, another user can also have for 2 days. We also have books on general circulation. These books you can be able to borrow for a maximum of 2 weeks. As you will be borrowing books, have this in mind. If you borrow a book, it is going to be stamped on the due date that you are supposed to return the book. And when the due date comes and you don't return the book, it means you're going to accrue an overdue fine. And the overdue fine is usually charged 10 shillings per day on the number of days you have stayed with the book. I wish to encourage each and every one of you that in case you borrow a book and then you feel that you still want more days to use the book, there is a service that we call renewal of books. You can renew the book online, or you can come physically to the library and you renew the book. So you have no excuse when it comes to accruing overdue fines. As I said, you're supposed to borrow a maximum of 4 books at a time. When you'll be getting these books, I said we have short loan books and general circulation books. I don't have the book, but I can demonstrate using this diary. When you have this book, there is some information on this cover which will be SL. SL means short loan book, which means that book you can borrow it for a maximum of 2 days. And if the book does not have any initials, it means you're going to borrow it for a maximum of 2 weeks. That is the difference. And as you be coming to the library, I wish to bring this to attention. Never make a mistake of going out of the library with an information material that you have not borrowed. However, how small it may look, each and every material that we have in the library has been sensitized. So the moment you get to the exit, we have the sensor machine. The sensor machine is going to ring if you have not borrowed the book. And if the sensor machine rings, definitely everybody understands a thief is going out. It is very embarrassing, it is very uncomfortable. So make sure anytime you want to move out of the library, check whatever you are carrying out of the library. And if it means you have to carry a book, make sure you borrow that book. I wish also to bring to attention the few services that we have on borrowing of books and returning of books. I've already said about renewal of books, which you can do it from home or you can do it in the library physically. You come with the book and then we extend the number of days that you want to stay with the book. We also have what we call reservation of books. We have very few books in the library that every time you may not find that book on the shelves because they keep on circulating. The moment it comes in, somebody else takes it out. So you as a user, if you have identified a book and you can't find it on the shelves, there is what we call reservation of books. You can go to your account, which I know one of my colleagues is going to show you on how you're going to open an account online. So when you go to your account, you have that option of reserving that book so that when it comes in, it gives us the information that somebody has reserved the books. Loss of books. Once you lose a book, once you lose any information that you borrowed from the library, you're supposed to come and you report immediately. If you don't come and report immediately, it means it already starts accruing an overdue fine. So come immediately report. We will give you a grace period of 1 month for you to replace the book, for you to replace the information materials that you have lost. We'll also like to talk about information that we have at a special collection. I said we have books. Books can be borrowed out of the library. Newspapers cannot be borrowed out of the library. We have a specific area where you're going to read your newspaper and then you leave it there. We have research projects. Research projects cannot also be borrowed out of the library. These are research that have been done by the previous students, so they're supposed to give you a guide on how to do your research. So there is no borrowing and there is also no copying of research projects. Government publication, you can borrow and photocopy some part of it, but they are not allowed to go borrow and read and then you return as we do with the books. Thank you so much. I think that's much as far charging and discharging of information and the registration of users when it comes to use of the library. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Nehondo, Head of Information Desk at the Technical University of Kenya. And I'm going to take you through the library layout and the rules and regulations of the library. Okay, as you come into the Technical University of Kenya library, we have the entrance which has the security desk, the clock room. Once you reach the security desk, you have to leave your belongings with the security personnel there at the clock room, where we keep our bags. We don't allow bags inside the library. After you've finished with leaving your belongings, you are allowed to key in your thumb at the biometric system, at the entrance system. Then it allows you to get inside the library and access the library as a user. You should also observe the right passage for entrance and exit at the library. At the clock room, while you leave your belongings, we usually issue a tag, so that when you come out of the library, you will give the tag and you are given your belongings for you to be able to leave the library premises. In case you lose that tag, we charge a fee of 500 shillings before you are given your belongings. You are also not allowed to enter the clock room, as there is a personnel staff to serve you there. As you enter the library, we have the circulation desk. At the circulation desk, that is where we do the charging and discharging of information materials for our users and information searches. The information searches are queries like maybe you are looking for a certain material that you need to locate and you're not able to locate it. So you are assisted by the personnel at the circulation desk to locate the material. We have the reading area, as you can see. At the reading area, we don't allow reservation of seats by users. We also don't allow users to leave their belongings unattended to. We also not allow discussions at the reading area. Use of razor blades on the tables, we don't allow. Also, we don't allow chewing gums inside the library. Users should also maintain silence and order in the library reading area. You should also not receive calls in the library. Put your phones on silent mode. Dragging of seats and tables is also not allowed. You are not allowed to book seats. Once you finish with the reading, you just get out for the next user to allow the next user to use the seat. Also, when you get the materials on the shelves, you are not allowed to reshelve them back to the shelves. We don't allow that. You just leave the materials on the table for them to be reshelved back. We also have the information desk. At the information desk, that is where we do the registration of membership of the library. Once you've done the biometric system registration, at the information desk is where we do the registration for you to become a library member. Also there, we do the answering of queries by users. Upon clearing your course, that is where we do the clearance for you to be able to clear with the university. We also have reserve books at the information desk. The reserve books are books that are usually used that we put there so that when you don't find them on the shelves, you can borrow for a period of 2 hours. After 2 hours, you return the book for the next user to have access to it. From there, we have our first floor. Our first floor, that is where we have our special collection and periodical section. And we also have a reading area there. At the special collection and periodical section, that is where we put our government publications, research projects, our periodicals. For you to access those materials, you need your student ID, because it's an open access, it's a closed access section where you are served by the staff. We also have the technical section. At the technical section, that is where we do our acquisition of materials. The books that we have in the library are received at the technical section. We do the accessioning, stamping there, cataloging and classification for them to be availed to the users for use. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, students. I'm going to discuss the services offered in the various sections. My name is Joyce Mugenya, User Services Librarian. Now, when you walk into the library, the first counter you come across, or the first stage, is coming towards the cloak room. This is where you store your bags and coats, and we ensure that section stocks a variety of important information materials, which include projects, theses, rare materials, development plans, standards and government legal documents, such as the laws of Kenya, policy documents, among others. It also includes periodicals that vary from local to international journals. Newspapers and magazines are subscribed to by the library. So anytime you want to be updated on current information about the nation, You can go there and get the national newspapers like the Standard, the Nation, Citizen, and People Daily. And this section is actually on closed access, meaning you ask for assistance over the counter. You are not allowed to walk into the section yourself. You request over the counter. And at the section, these projects which we have been done by your predecessors, we have indexes where we have listed all these projects. So when you want to access the projects, you request for an index, look at the topics within that index, select what you want to look at, and then you are assisted it's availed to you. Lastly, we have the technical section. This is a section that is out of bounds for users. However, you can still be a part of it by recommending titles. When you go somewhere in a library and find relevant titles to your area of study, you are authorized by the library to recommend titles for purchase. So in this section, as a user, you can be able to recommend what is relevant in your area of study for purchase. And basically, that is all about the user services. We treasure our users, so you can come to the library as many times as you want because we value you as a user. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Grace Ogega, in charge of the Special and Periodical Desk section in the Technical University of Kenya. I'm going to take you through what we call OPAC. OPAC is an acronym which stands for Online Public Access Catalog. Yeah, we can define OPAC as an online database of materials held in a library. Or we can say, in other words, is an online bibliography of a library collection. It has main definitions. It can be a list of books or materials held in a library or a group of libraries remotely. Okay, the uses of OPAC include, it enables searching the library's collection of books. At the same time, it helps us to locate the resources that users seek in the libraries. How to use the OPAC? The patron has to access the link online, and also at the same time, the patron has to have an account and a password in order to log in to search for the items required. Okay, that applies to some libraries because we have said that these are an OPAC. You can have a database for one or more libraries. So for our case in our library at the Technical University of Kenya, you don't have to have an account and a password, but in case you want to access other libraries' resources, you need to have that. Library information is made available through searches, and we can search the materials using different keys. We use what we call a keyword. Yeah, the keyword will enable you to get, for example, if we have a title like construction and building of materials, that's a title, for example. You can use the word, a keyword like construction or building in order to search for that specific document. You can also search the document using the title of a book. For example, if you have a book like engineering mathematics, so you go through the OPAC, you enter that title, then it will give you all the books on engineering mathematics. Then within that area, you select whatever suits your need. Then we can also do it using the author's name. Yeah? In searching for that, you have to use the surname of the author. For example, if a book was written by John Mwangi, that's an example. You use the surname Mwangi to search for that item, and it will give you all those that specific book. You can also use a subject to search for a document. Yeah, a subject is like, for example, you have mathematics in Kenya. You can use you get the subject for that book, mathematics. Then you go to mathematics books. Specifically, you'll get the type of material you need. You can also use ISBN, series, and a barcode if you have the barcode for that specific book. We have advantages for using the OPAC. It enables a user to find a book of which the author, title, or the subject of that document is known. These ones are the ones you can use to search for the document you specifically need. The patron gets the book directly from the platform, that's from the database. And the patron need not to write bibliographic details of documents, which means you don't have to go from place to place wandering to look for a certain document, but you'll get it there directly. The search can be done remotely, which means that you can do it outside the institution. It's not necessarily that you use the catalog within the institution. Even if you are far away, you can use the OPAC to get whatever materials you need. The catalog is up to date, yeah? And there's no limit to the number of libraries the online catalog can represent, which means that, as I was talking about the definition of the OPAC, I say that you can have more than one libraries, yeah, sharing the catalog. So you can get resources from various libraries. You are not limited to only one library. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Francis Nganga, in charge of Technical and Digital Services. The Technical University of Kenya Library embraces the digital library, a hybrid system whereby we have a physical library and we have the digital or electronic library. So a digital library is a set of documents available through electronic means by the use of digital technologies that allow for the retrieval, archiving, preservation, and dissemination of those documents. So we have our digital library, which is online, to help you access the materials, the electronic materials we have in the library without you coming to the physical library. So that's why I'm saying we embrace both physical, both a hybrid system, that is the physical library and the digital library. For the digital library, we have different portals. For example, we have the electronic library portal, we have the institutional repository portal, and we have the electronic resources where we have the journals and the databases. But for me, I'm going to introduce you to the electronic library and the institutional repositories. E-library is a portal that helps users to access resources remotely. That is when you are outside the institution using remote X. When you're registered with the electronic library, you don't need to come to the library to be able to access all the electronic resources we have within the library. You can access them wherever you are if you have internet. We'll be able to link you. We have already created the classes for all the new students and all the students we have within the institution. That is you are already in our system. When you register, we pick your class, we register by classes. We'll be able to link your name with a remote X to enable you to access the resources remotely when you're outside the institution. That is through the website. You go to the Technical University of Kenya website, you click on the library. On the library, there is the icon of electronic library. So after registration, it is direct and be able to access all the resources which you can also be able to access within the institution. All TUK students are eligible to use the e-library after being registered in the portal. As I have said, all classes are already in the system, because if you have already been admitted in the university, we already have the classes through the admission department. We liaise with them. We already have all the classes which have been registered within the various departments. We are going to upload in the system so that when you report by January, you'll find it easy after being registered. That is the link for the e-library. That is elibrary.tukenya.ac.ke. So you'll be able to access the library. But for this one, you need to be registered first to be able to access the resources. So the e-library, what you need to do is to, after being registered, that's when you can be able to use the portal, because you need to practice how to search, to conduct searches of the various resources we have. Then I'll mention the IR, that is the institutional repository. This is a portal. It is a service that an institution offers to its community for the management and dissemination of research materials created by the community members. So each and every university in Kenya, we produce a lot of information, research information, students' projects, thesis, all those research which are conducted by our researchers within the university. We upload, this is what we are saying, the information produced by the community within. Now as student, you are part and parcel of the Technical University of Kenya community. By the end of your course, you're going to be conducting research. You come up with a project. That project, after being supervised by your lecturers, will upload it in the IR. You'll be able to know what has been researched on to avoid duplication. So currently, institutional repositories are used by reading academic and research institutions worldwide for providing improved access to their research publications. We are also a reading academic institution. We do researches, so that's why we must have an institution repository. Why do we need to have institutional repositories within a university setup? For the individual, it provides a central archive of their work. It increases the dissemination and impact of their research. It acts as a full CV. So for the researchers within the institution, when they conduct their researches and it's uploaded in the repository, it is like a CV. Anybody can be able to see and see what has been researched, one has researched on. What about the benefits for the institution? It increases visibility and prestige, and it acts as an advertisement to funding sources, potential new faculty and students. And for the society, it provides access towards research and ensures long-term preservation of the institute academic output. Those are some of the benefits for the individuals, for the institution, for the society, and I think it's very important when it increases the visibility and prestige of an institution. There's something we call the web ranking of universities. So if a university don't have a repository, I think it will be ranked very low. If you look at the web ranking, recently we were ranked number 13. This is because we have been able to populate our repository. Each and every year we have added a lot of information in the repository. The type of materials you'll find in the repository includes published research materials. This includes journal articles, book chapters, conference papers, and published research materials. For example, working papers, preprints, theses and dissertations. There are also technical reports, progress status reports, committee reports, teaching materials, even examination papers. Those are unpublished research materials. Then we also have supporting research materials like data sheets, models, and blueprints. How does it work? How does an IR work? Research material is hosted and managed on an institutional repository server using appropriate IR software. For our case in the university, we have the software we use. Each and every university, we don't use the same. There are several softwares which can be used to manage an institutional repository. Accessibility on the organizational LAN, that is local area network. So you can use it within the institution on your local area network. It can also be online. Researchers use a web browser to submit or deposit their research materials and also search the repository. So you'll be introduced how to search the repository. We always have classes every Wednesday in the library. So if you don't know how to browse the repository, if you want to be introduced on how to browse all these portals, we do that every Wednesday. Through open access initiative, interoperability protocol, a central search service harvests metadata from the individual institutional repositories. IR aims to capture and describe digital material using a workflow. A workflow, it is well organized. For example, when you go through our repository, you'll find it is organized with the different faculties. We have 3 main faculties. Within those 3 faculties, we have schools, we have departments. You'll be able to know which is your faculty, which is your school, up to your department. You'll be able to know what have been uploaded in our area, in my area. Okay? Sorry. It will provide an interface for online submission of research materials, that is through the intranet. It provides access to this material over the web, metadata. It preserves digital materials over a long period of time. That is, it saves space because it is online. So we can be able to upload a lot of information in the repository. We can be able to capture all the information which has been produced within the university without using a lot of space, as long as we have a server which can be able to capture a lot of information. So for the repository, that is the link. You can be able to use that link and access the repository. You don't need to log in to be able to access the materials. So you can click on journals. It will take you to the faculties. You check on which the faculty you are under, go to the school, check what journals have been submitted within my school. The same case as projects, which projects have been forwarded or which researches have been conducted within my area of specialization. In conclusion, I can tell you, you are all welcome to the library, the digital services. The library have a Wi-Fi, whereby even if you have your laptop, you can use it within the library to access all these resources. We also have, we hope by January, our computer lab within the library will be open for usage by the students. Welcome once again. That is
Once again, I just want to greet you all. Good afternoon. My name is Benjamin Kemboi. I just want to take you through the access and use of electronic resources and databases, social media platforms also. The use of electronic resources is something that most of us are using. Even I can see some of you are commenting online. That means that you are conversant with what electronic usage is. And I believe that it's not the first time you're going to be introduced to it. Most of you have been doing it through Google's and many other things, but it's only that now we want to narrow you down to the professional and how you can handle your area of research. Now, I just want to say that access and use of electronic resources and databases is one of the crucial areas in institution of higher learning, bearing in mind that we are shifting from the normal physical library where we were used to reading books, the hard copy. Now we have a lot of soft copies which are going around. So embracing it, it means that you're also embracing technology and even using the information available adequately. And so it is very important that you understand that this area is very, very crucial for you. There are situations where we have students who have graduated without physically visiting the library, but they have virtually used the content which are available for their access from the website of the library. And so at times if you don't feel like visiting the physical library, you can always visit the virtual library, which we are having it available for you. So kindly, when I'm going through, take more keen interest in it. For those ones who would not wish to come physically to the library, you can use electronic resources which are available online. And so electronic resources are just but available within us, within the website. And electronic resources are materials in digital formats accessible electronically. The electronic journals and books have 3 modes that we allow you to access. You realize that we have those information that you can access in full text. Full text, that means that you can access it fully. You can get from the title to the references or any other bibliographic information that is presented within the content information. And you realize that each and every publisher has its own way of presenting the content. There are those that instead of putting a shade which is full, what they have done is that they have put a tick confirming that you can access it or you are in a position to access it. And then there is partial access where in most cases, publishers normally give a half where they have shaded one side and then the other side they have not shaded it. And then there is literally no access. You can see it, you can view it, but now you cannot download the content, so you can be sure that one you cannot access. All those are provided, and it depends with the subscription. So you are required to look at them critically, and in situations whereby you could be interested in one of the materials or information materials available, and you are not in a position to download. You are requested to visit the library so that we can assist you access some of them. Now, examples of electronic resources are, like I've said, electronic resources. We have journals, we have books, we have online databases in various digital formats, we have Adobe Acrobat documents, which are found in PDFs, and we have web pages. Now, when we say electronic books, we're just saying that it is book, but now it is in electronic formats. When we say e-journals, just know that it is now the same journal, but now it's in electronic format. Like for instance, you can get a newspaper which is online. That is electronic journal or an e-newspaper. So some of them we we have them. So we would actually advise you that some of these journals, when you need them, you can visit our website and look at what we are having online, and I'll take you through in a short while. Examples of electronic journals that are available: we have Cochrane Library, we have EBSCO-Host, we have Edinburgh, Emerald Insight, Geological Society, International Monetary Fund, Justo, Royal Society, Sage Research Methods, Taylor and Francis, University of Chicago Press, Wiley Online Library Full Collection, among others. There are many. So what I'm trying to say is that when you visit our library website, you will get publishers that have been presented there. So what you need to do is you click on any of the publishers that you think they have content that are related to your subject area. Now you realize that we have tried as much as possible to simplify our contents, and we have put explanations in front of the journals that are available. So you just required to check through, see whether it has subject areas that you want or you're interested in, and then click on it and then do the searches with it. It is very easy for you to navigate through, so kindly you can visit those ones. Now the other one is electronic books. I can give example of the publishers. Remember, when we say we have electronic books online, what we are only saying that we have publishers who have published those books. And when you visit our library, you will get their icons there. So when you click on a publisher, that is when now you can access the publication that are available there. We are not saying that when you go directly, like the way you go to Google, you type a title and then it comes and then you download. No. What we are saying is that when you get online, on our website, library website, found integrated in the TUK website, you are able to click on the library website, then navigate down there. There is a place written e-resources, search e-resources, search e-journals, search e-books. So you can always click on one, and then you'll have several titles of the publishers listed. So that is when now you can go directly, click on the publisher. From there, you'll be able to access the electronic journals and electronic books. So some of the examples of electronic books available there, which will be a pointer that will show you that you are there. We have Taylor and Francis, eBrary, Springer, dictionaries, the World Bank Open Knowledge Repository, and Open Book Publisher. That one will tell you that you are home, and that is where you can access the publishers for the ebooks. Now, for the online databases, which I said is in very digital formats, the examples that are there, we have Google Scholar, OpenDoor, and we have our own integrated content for the e-journal, for the journals that have been published by our very own here within. So you are advised that when you visit those databases, you are able to navigate through. Most of them are just user-friendly. You can navigate through very well. Now, we have content called open access publication. These are publishing information materials for scholarly communication that makes research information available to readers at no cost, as opposed to the traditional subscription model in which readers have access to. Now, what we are trying to say is this: we have publishers that are actually availing their content with no costs with it. In other words, when you go to the publishers website, you are able to click on them, and then the listed publications that are available there, majority of them, you are not supposed to pay for them. And you can also access them away from our institution, meaning that when you are not logged in from within here, Technical University of Kenya, you can get to the cyber. When you get into the system of our library, you realize that when you click on the publisher's website, you are able to download those contents without just necessarily having our IP address being routed from your computer. Now you realize that our pointer of access here is that when you are within the institution, you are able to access all the content using our internet. I repeat, when you are within the institution, you are able to access the content free of charge while you are within using our internet. When you are outside there, when you use maybe Safaricom with other databases, you might not be able to access, not unless now you use the remote access, which you are required to visit the library, then we will give you your username and password. So when you're outside there, make sure that you're either using if you're within the institution, you are using our internet, which is offered through the LAN or the Wi-Fi. When you're outside there, you can use Remote X, which now you will be required, as my colleague has just said, that when you're outside there, you use the remote access, and you'll be required to be given a username and password, which you can access while from home. Remember, your access from outside will be convenient to you as compared to when you keep on coming here and getting the content from our internet while within the institution. For those ones who have laptops, what you can do is that when you are within the university, we have Wi-Fi all over, hotspots are there. So what you only need is that you need the password for the hotspot, and then you are able to access all these contents. The contents, most of your laptops, and even some of those ones who have good phones, smartphones, that is, when you get the username and password or the passwords for the Wi-Fi, you can still access the same content. So those are some of the important things that you need to know. Now, examples of open access. We have Virtual University of Uganda Open Access Library. Like I've said, these are contents that you can access free of charge, either when you are within or when you are without the institution. CARI journals, Directory of Open Access Journals, ACS publications, PLOS journals, PubMed journals, agriculture journals, academics journals, Bentham Open Journals, Intech Journals, National Centers for Biotechnology Information, Scientific Research and Academic Publisher. There are many other ones that you will interact with the moment you get conversant with how to navigate through our website. They're just there. We have social media platforms, which I would like to say that we have benefited from understanding what our users normally want from us. At the same time, we've been in a position also to share what we have available within our library setup. Remember, both physical and virtual information are being shared on the Facebook and any other developments that are going on. And so when you go to Facebook, we have Facebook for Technical University of Kenya, like the one that we are using right now to actually roll the program. And we also have the one for library, specifically for the library. We have Technical University of Kenya Library. When you search Technical University of Kenya Library on Facebook, you'll be able to get the Facebook page. Then when you go to LinkedIn, you will also be able to get Technical University of Kenya Library, which we are available. And you can always share your comments from there, your satisfaction, your dissatisfaction, and then we will be able to see how we can address such issues. How to get to the library? E-resources. Like I've said, the first thing you need to do, you go to Google, the normal way you normally go to Google for you to do the searches, and then type Technical University of Kenya. I'm using the simple approach that you can use to get to the library. And then the second thing, you search for library within the taskbar. Normally, it is in one of the icons up there. Just click on it. And then the third step is when you scroll down while on the website of the library, down there is a search e-resources, and then there is search e-journals and search e-books. So the moment you get there, you now choose, do you want to access the journals or do you want to access the books? So the one you choose will direct you to specific publishers that are available there, and then you'll be able to now choose the kind of publishers that you want, and then scroll down as you move, as you make your selections very well. Now, where applicable, once you have missed out on any specific journal or book, the link will direct you to a Google Scholar. Now, Google Scholar is one of the databases available that we have integrated with our library that makes it also possible for you to access other materials that are available online and are also enriched of research value. And you are able to progress well when it comes to what we call citation. Remember, at this level, you will be required at any time when you make your publication, maybe assignments, when you're doing your research, you'll be required to put at the end of your research bibliography or references. It is not like any other time when you're just writing your content and then from there you just give to your teacher wherever the information comes from. You just the work is being supervised or looked at. This time around, we would like to inform you that you will be required to use references. References are very important. That means that even as you are tasked to do some work, there are information that you'll be getting from other sources. You have read books, you have gotten information from other sources. You need to acknowledge these people so that now your work can be credible. Now, the search skills that you need to have is that when you are getting to any search, most especially when you're doing searches on electronic resources, electronic books and electronic journals, you realize that when you get there, you always have something in mind that you want to look for. Like the way you go to Google. When you go to Google, you have something in mind that you want to put across to find out whether such information is available. Any related or the exact information available will be the one that you'll download and use. The same thing, when you get to searching through the electronic journals and electronic books, you need to have either a title, an author in mind, a subject area, or specific keywords. And this area are very important because that is what will direct you to specific information material that you intend to have. The other bit is computer knowledge, which is important. You need to understand that by now, as you have seen what COVID-19 has done, most of the classes are not going to be carried out physically. Majority of them are going to be virtually. So it will be of good importance if by now you learn some few skills on IT that will help you to navigate through most of this content. Otherwise, most of you will be stuck if you don't have enough skills when it comes to computer. Right now, if you can manage to learn through online structures that are there through YouTube, or maybe if you can get people who can teach you through, or if you can get it from your friends on how to navigate through most of these things, it will be of good importance on your side. Now, you need to know how to search, you need to know how to save, you need to know how to download, you need to know how to use what we call the Boolean searches, and or what does it mean, because those are the key elements that will help you to actually download specific content that you want from your side. Now, what are some of the importance of the use of electronic resources? Why am I encouraging you to use these information resources? Number one is that majority of these contents are up to date. The reason as to why currently, even when you'll be doing your researches, your lecturers will be telling you kindly be using contents which are not more than 5 years back. That means that you need contents which are up to date. And you can always get these contents from electronic resources. Now, the second one is convenience. There is that bit of conveniency that you can have. Let's say, for instance, you have been given assignments and you are not able to finish that assignment from school. You can walk home with your username and password for the remote X and then do your assignments from home, meaning that even the content that you're going to get are going to be credible, and at the same time, they are going to enrich your research. The third one is it contains authentic information. Majority of the information that you download from the e-resources have the authority of the authors who have written those publications. We are not just having contents from unqualified people. Majority of the writers and authors of those publications are people of authenticity. The fourth one is value-added features. You can be sure that when you're looking through these contents, you will get information that some are in PDF, you can download them, some are on HTML, some are on Microsoft Word. You can also get those ones which are in audio, some in visual. So we have different formats that you can access. The fifth one is access to wider range of material. You realize that we have diverse disciplines that are there. We are not just looking at engineering alone or mathematics or social sciences. No, we have diversity of subject areas where you can access it from one area. Then the content of electronic resources also enhances the research experience by allowing users to search within documents and across the entire catalog within seconds. You can imagine comparing you visiting physical library and start looking or locating for books from the shelves. These ones, you just get them at your fingertips. In essence, you will get them from your laptop. You are able to scroll through thousands and thousands of journals and books within a very short period of time. Now, the last importance, which is but not the least, is usage statistics. The ebooks collection allows the librarians to monitor the usage and be able to identify the collection that are on high demand. There are situations where we actually try and look through how you people have been performing in terms of your downloads. When we use the remote X, we are able to detect which are some of the areas that our users are actually venturing so much to download content. So in the process, in our next subscription, we'll try as much as possible to access many of the content in that area, which will benefit our users. Now, we have communication with the librarian. There are situations or there are times when we would like to communicate with the library. We have what we call Chat a Librarian, which is available on our website. When you open our library website, you'll just get it available just up there. It's called Chat a Librarian, which is refdesk@tukenya.ac.ka. Refdesk, REFDESK @tukenya.ac.ke. Then you are able to send your any information that you would like us to have or to know. And then we also have where you can send your complaints, suggestions, feedbacks. We also have library@tukenya.ac.ke. That is on actually email. We also have our numbers which have been put there. Any other time when you would like maybe to get direct access to certain information, you can as well call through those numbers. With those few areas of concern, I would like to say thank you, and kindly you're welcome to visit the library anytime. We are just strategically located within the institution, and we have many information that we would like to share with you. So kindly make a visit and welcome. Thank you.